Okay. Oops. All right. Should be better off now. Cool. Alright, so continuing close to where we left off. I got this bracket. It's an ear off the old network switch, but it's very strong metal, so I think I can make my own bracket out of it. All right. Whoa. That was torquey. All right. Well, supposedly that's a good enough hole. Let's see here. The burr, I don't have my burr thing. Oh well. Not quite. So a little bigger, but I'm afraid the next bit up is too big. So I might just have to use a washer with it. No matter. Just try not to get my arm or wrist almost taken off again. I do have a stabilizer, but it's somewhere else right now. So. That's why I faced it that way. Alright, good. So that almost definitely should be right. Yeah, a little loose, but should be fine. Alright. I have these good bits. I'm using them up, but you know, a little bit, but still good bits. Alright. Quality DeWalt stuff. Why don't I just store my clamps like this on the wall? Doesn't even have to be super tight. Yeah, so again, these are off a networking thing. It was an old switch. And figured this would be perfect. Bolt this in to the little case, and then have this be able to magnetically hold itself to the ears, and then that is it slides around a little bit, but it's way better than the alternative, I think. Other option would be to put a hole back here, or maybe here. Turn this way. Well, actually, that does pretty good like that too. But yeah, so I have something to hold on to on the casing, and then I can put the dial anywhere. I was thinking about getting some like angled stuff from Lowe's or something, but I didn't want to spend more money on this kind of thing, so see if I can deburr this a little bit. We haven't left this island. It is on a mating surface. I do want to deburr it pretty well. I don't want these little things going in on into that. Pretty big burr there. It was. Okay, that's better. And there we go. Alright, might use this a little later. I have another one in case I want to drill a hole elsewhere or whatever. Could attach them together even, maybe. I don't know. Alright. So before I put that into measuring stuff and test things out, I want to work on the pinion. I could put the ring on that, but I would take it out of the thing to do that, and I don't know if I want to take it out, just put the ring on and put it all the way back in again anyways, so I'll probably just leave it in there for now, which means I'll have to set it aside somehow, work on the pinion. But the first step with the pinion involves this. So I need to, I think, clean up the races a little bit, just a little bit. Make sure those are gunk free, essentially. And I'm going to take my measurements. I'm going to reinstall the pinion stuff and then retake measurements to make sure I have before measurements to base things off of. That's on top of the after. And after I get my measurements, I'll take it back apart. And I'll probably end up cleaning this after I get the races out. And then once this is clean, this could stay clean. Clean. Although, and the outside's still kind of dirty, but I mean, it is what it is. Outside being dirty is not a huge problem, it just makes it more difficult to keep everything clean when you're reassembling it. Alright, so the old pinion is right here. Do this. I will need bearing for this, as well as flange and the washer for it. I will, however, be using regular nuts. These cost a good shiny penny, but regular nut instead of a type of nut that's used in the final assembly. This kind of nut gets tighter the more you spin it, I think. Like grips onto the threads more, which is great for like keeping it from vibrating off, but if I'm just putting things on and taking it off, it's a lot more difficult. Technically, or warning, technically speaking, this will have a different torque spec than this one. So the torque spec I'm given is for this, which means since it grips more, this is looser, so that would mean this needs to be a lower torque spec, I think. And the way you would measure that is you would put these on a thing, start threading them on, and then measure the resistance of it spinning around. I don't know if my thing can measure that high for this, but I can try. But yeah. So this need at least cleaned up a bit. It has that silicone stuff on it to keep it from rusting, but that was probably not the best stuff to put on here because it's not easy to clean, apparently. Evidently. And this is the old bearing with washers. Okay. I'm somewhat sure these go on before the bearing, and then this goes on there, and then this goes on this way. It's tightened down, and these just adjust the load on it. Pretty sure. Maybe we should check a diagram real fast. But yeah. So, preload shims on the bottom. Oil baffle apparently. And pinion shims there. That's the bearing. That's the end. Okay. That would mean shim's going this side, right? Seemingly. I'm a little confused. Oh, it's been too long, guys. I don't remember how this goes. I don't think they would both be facing this, so that'd be weird. Right? Yeah, this would face this way. So why is the shims on that side? Position shims. That doesn't make sense. Why would the position shims be on this side, not the other side? It'd make more sense for them to be on this side, right? Yeah, because then that's the way it rides. Might have to review an old video because I'm not 100% sure on this. Tool remove pinion and washer remove end yoke flange with tools as shown. If the yoke flange shows wear, so the flange should be replaced. Remove pinion by tapping a high heavy or heavy duty plastic hammer. Catch pinion with your hands, prevent it from falling to the floor. If damage spine under the pinion, there are bearing preload shims. These shims may stick to the outer bearing and then fall on the floor. Be sure to collect all of these shims and keep them together since they will be used later. And assembly. If the shims are mutilated, replace a new one. Shims available 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 3,000, 30,000 is. Full opinion. Although seal with puller, slide hammer, discard seal and replace with a new seal at time of assembly. Remember outer pinion bearing, inner pinions, the oil singer. Remove the inner pinion bearing cup with tools as shown. 20. Figure 20. Okay. Do not neck the carrier base. Shims located on the inner bearing cup and carrier board. If the shims are bent, remove between the inner carrying cup and carrier board. Oh. Measure shims individually and wire shims stacked together. If the shims have to be replaced with the same thickness. So turn nose of carrier down, remove the outer pinion bearing cup. You can move them on the carrier board, remove them. Okay, so that means in this diagram, these pinions, these shims, sorry, the baffle and the shims are in the bore. Fascinating. Okay. Alright, so that means they're behind this somehow. I don't know if I can feel any of that, but I don't see any, so maybe it's just straight behind it. Interesting. Okay. Well, okay, so I just need to double check if this shim is on the right side, if it's on this side, or if it's on the other side. So I don't think it's the same as these. No, it's bigger. Definitely bigger than those. Not sure about this. And the diagram in here doesn't have it, or as I'm aware. Maybe it's a crush shim or something? Crush washer almost? Okay. Let's see if I can have, if I have that on this computer still or not. It is warmer today, but less humid, so it's not horrible right now, which is kind of nice. Alright, so I need to pull from this. Probably in here. This one, what's in here? Maybe on the car, maybe out of the car. Okay, this is probably before I made my decision on what to do. Painting stuff, so that must be before we're still working on that. Okay, so maybe it's not in this, maybe it's in right still. Radio. Test screen. Do I not have it on this computer right now? Yeah. Okay. So that means I should but before the second, so is it in mass store then? I have things apart there. Some things apart. I don't know how much is apart here. Testing, so this might be stuff in here. Some measuring. Okay. I have it disassembled in this one? I think I do. Yeah, I think I have the pinion disassembled here, so... Oh, was that it? Kind of hard to scrub through, Amado. Alright, so taking it apart, have to hit it or something. I wish I could scrub through it a little bit more fine-tuned when the video's long like this, but I can't really do that. Just speed though, I guess. came off. Nothing on the bottom of that, however, there might be something on the bottom of this. Yeah, so there's that washer on top of it. Okay, so that washer is on top of this for whatever reason. Maybe give it more length on the back or something? I'm not sure. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Tight fit. That does confirm that's on top. Okay. Well, that's pretty much all I needed to know right now. So let's see. Need to clean stuff. Or at least semi-clean stuff. Alright. It was like bent like a crush washer almost. This cleaner I'm using is homemade cleaner. It's just, I think it's 1 part. I'm not sure exact measurements, but it's like 1 part rubbing alcohol and then I think paint thinner. Like 4-part paint thinner, something like that. Or lacquer thinner. Whatever you want to call it. Apparently it's stronger than brake parts cleaner, but obviously you don't want to get on the paint. That'd be really bad for paint. Yeah. Oh, this was on the bottom. This is another one of these. So good thing I didn't lose that. God. I could have just preload and that would have been bad. I lost it. Alright. Doesn't hurt to clean them a little bit more than I need to at the moment because they're going to need to be super clean to begin with, or to reassemble anyways, so. And the sticker washer is on the outside. Things have that gasket stuff still on it. That ooh, I guess. loose tape. Maybe something else other than this lithium stuff to keep things from rusting in the future. It works, it's just, wow, kind of messy to clean up. Should be good enough. A little bit of something in this, I don't know what is in here. Not much. Smells like brake fluid. Brake parts cleaner, I mean. Alright. That should be probably clean enough for the task I wanted to do right now. I kind of want these surfaces. These surfaces to be a little cleaner, I guess. I want there to be nothing to disrupt the amount of measurement here. There's a lot of washers here. Not in the best looking shape either, to be honest. I guess they kind of formed to it over time. Alright, so now I guess on the top, so what I need to do is flip this around. I do wonder if that sits all the way down, if I'd have to measure that. It sits up slightly. I'll replace it, that is. Whoop. Not lose any of those. And then this bearing, and this, and then the flange. And then the large washer. And more. be more gentle like when I'm actually putting it together. Alright, the nut. Alright, and that nut can drive that down. And, or I guess drive it up in this case. Need whatever size that is now. Is it the same? Oh, it appears to be the same. Cool. And I don't think I need to go all the way, but pretty tight. It'd probably be good to measure this. So what I gotta break out next is, unless I want to torque this, I might torque this a little bit. Maybe not the full whatever it is, but yeah. Right, the new tool I'm gonna have to break out in a minute. Make sure this gets actually torqued down. Now I want to actually put this on that side. Okay. Now, do it more easily. Put some torque on this. It's not like I can accidentally put too much torque on it because it's supposed to be torqued with the original thing. 210 foot-pounds or whatever. I'll just go whatever tightness I can get with this right now. Alright, should be good enough for measurement, I think, I hope. Now, here's the actual measurement. This doesn't have any play in it. I don't think there is. Alright, so now the actual measurement is going to be taken with the new tool I have. That I didn't know I would need to get. So it's part of the tools that definitely went way over budget. I think it was like 100, 120 bucks, something like that. So expensive, but I want to do this right and make sure I end up with a, well, do the best job I can pretty much to end up with the differential that works, you know. Alright, so I did watch a video to remember to figure out how to use it, and I really hope I remember enough from it. So this, I'm gonna have to probably do a lot of math here. It says +2 665 XO, so it's a +2. If I'm gonna have to refer to this. All right. Pinion depth. Okay. Numbers. Okay, so 2.625 inches is the standard distance. There's a plus or minus number. This is a +2. Indicates the best running position for each particular gear set. The position of the pinion is controlled by the amounts of shims between the inner pinion bearing cup and the carrier bearing board. For example, if the pinion is at +3, this pinion requires 0.003 less shims than a pinion ending in 0. This means that removing the shims, the mounting distance of the pinion is increased to 2.628. So mine is +2, which means my distance should be 2.625 plus 0.002. So let me write that down so that we all understand where things are going here. So I'll use Sharpie because it's easier for y'all to see at least. And you don't got any information. Alright, so pinion depth goal is 2.625 plus, marking here, +2, so that'd be 0.002, which equals 2.627. So this is the pinion depth goal, and that's the distance. So to find that, I would use a tool they would have built for this kind of differential, but I don't have that tool, so I'm going to use a universal tool here. And this tool I'm going to use after I get some water, because wow. They put a little ice in this water, so it's nice and cool. And just for thoroughness, if it was -2, I would subtract 0.002 from 2.625 for this specific one. Alright, so I haven't actually messed with this much yet, so let's see here. So make sure your surfaces are clean, which I just already did. Alright. Excuse me. And okay, so this one must be the one for the bolt. Need a bolt from one of these guys. Sideways J. Not yet. Let me just use the one that goes on this side. They're in the differential fluid to keep from rusting, pretty much. So that's why they're in there. Alright, clean this off a bit. Alright. So hopefully this goes down far enough. I didn't think about that, but if not, I can grab some washers to help that, I guess. I want to make sure this area is like clean. Don't want any burrs or bumps or anything on there. Want this clean. Alright. So this piece goes. Looks like there's not an orientation, so it just goes in here. Oh, beautiful. Same size as the bolts. Alright, that's as far as it goes, so I might have to get some more than I thought it would be. So, let's see, I might be able to use the actual housing here. This is aluminum, so it doesn't really need the oil on it, but I don't want to lose orientations on stuff. Actually, does that mean it goes this way? Yes, it does go this way. Right. I don't want to keep the same bolt the same size, so actually decide this would go on. So on this differential it's a J, on the other one it's a V. I don't know why. They're only like a few months apart, manufacturing date wise, I guess, if that's what the thing on the side is. I don't know why it's like that, but that really is. Maybe it's just where they were manufactured or something. Alright, so I guess that would mean the J faces this way? I guess? I don't know. It's been a bit. Alright, so in that case, do this, and then keep the tool, which I set down somewhere. Where did I put it? No, seriously, what? I just had it. Oh, it's right here. Blending into the surroundings. That's clean. Alright, so put this at the bottom. There we go. Okay, that should be able to hold it. Alright, and so it's snug, but it doesn't have to be like tight, just snug, you know. There we go. I actually don't want that to cut that at all, so I might just put this in so it doesn't spin. And okay. And I need, trying to do this all based off memory right now, but I think this, yeah. And this if I needed this next, or maybe it's like this actually, I'm not sure. I do it this way. Okay, so this will need going to this. This is the only thing that's threaded. Okay. And then that's where the dial goes on. Measure here and then pull out to measure there. Okay. Oh, there's a thing there. No, that's for the dial. Okay, so then this would be the adjustment here. Yeah, okay, so this would go on this way. Then the dial would go on here. And then this holds the dial in place. Okay. So, I need to do math and measurements, and I might actually look up that video again so I don't do any of this wrong. But first thing I need to measure is that, which I'm going to do that. Okay, flip this around. Okay, so flip it around that way, and then that would be able to take that measurement, I think. Ooh, okay. I need this to calibrate this. Trying to remember what order I do things in, and then I also put these on to measure that distance. Which means this would need to come off somehow. Go. Oh. So would be considered 0, and that moves up and down. Okay. Thinking things through. Hang on. Maybe I can remember. So I'm measuring. Well, let's get the easy measurement first. The easy measurement should be this. I need to measure the outer diameter of the race here, for bearing cup, or whatever you want to call it. Alright. So 77 point 79. Seven, 8. 77.8. I think that's 77.8. That makes sense. I'll rotate a little bit here. That's the year. I want to say 77.8, but it might be just like a hair smaller. It might be 77.78. I wonder if I can look this up and then get like a dimensions thing. Right? Alright, let me write it down here first. I'm going to use pen and I'll make it big once I have better numbers. So, now, 77.8 or like 77.78-ish. So, I'm going to look up this just to be sure. So I do need to have a pretty spot on measurement. That's not the internet. This is a Timken LM 603 011 specs. .79 millimeters. Okay. According to AI, so I better double check this. Outer diameter 7.7 or 77.788. Okay. That's it from official Timken here. Journal. That's not right. What am I measuring in right now? Is this inches? No, this is millimeters right now. I think. Millimeters, okay. All the inches. So millimeters, 77.788, which lines up with what I measured. Is just more precise. The actual measurement is on line 77.788. Okay. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, inches. So if I were to convert this Inches. I'm getting about 30625, I guess. Or 3067. 30625 is the correct dimensions. Okay. I don't know if I'm... Okay, so wait. The dial's going to be in inches, so I got to base this off inches. 3062. Close there. 25. Okay. So 30625 is the inches. So 306.25 inches OD at our diameter. Okay. Remember that. It's an important number. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is find the center. So, for some reason this is... Oh, maybe I do need that. Thing. So when this is in here, we're trying to figure out if the shelf is in the center, or if it's off of the center by how much. So I need to figure out the height of the shelf, which goes to there, versus height of that. How do I figure out? So the height of the shelf is where this is currently at, but at 0. Right? Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the video because I don't remember off the top of my head how to do this. Sorry, guys. So I need to know pinion depth tool videos. Might have been this guy. And I'm not gonna watch his entire video because I'm pretty sure you only. Yeah, this guy. Okay.
What I got here is a universal pinion depth.
Yep. Oh, you're kind of jumped right in.
First thing you gotta do is you gotta get your carrier bag. Straight to the one in it. First thing you have to do is your party line in the differential housing is on center, or low center, or low center. So what you have to do, you have to put 1 inch extension on here. Take the 1 inch check. Press this up on here, and set your dial indicator to 0. Okay? See right here, we're at 0. Okay, that's the first thing.
With the thing. Okay, hold on. He's saying with this piece. And the 1-inch indicator thing here. And this. Set this. Apparently this will have to rest here then, I guess. This. No, don't go around there. I'm gonna do this stay still. Just move. Stop moving. Every time I bump this, it changes. Why? Okay, so that should be 0. Keep doing that. Stop. Stop moving. Why does this whole thing keep moving? Well, that one's good. Why does it move? Because that's no longer the bottom of this thing. Okay, so maybe I just need to raise this a little higher than that and not rest this on that. So I have this high enough so that this is not resting on this, but this is. And that way I can be flat on there. Why does it wander so much depending on where I'm at in there? What? That's not right. Why would it wander so much? That should be correct within about half or 1/1000th, I guess. And it moves around about 2/1000ths in the other direction, or one direction. Alright, whatever. Dial indicator set to 0. Okay, now what?
You have to measure 40
I already did.
outside diameter. Then divide that in half. Half 3 equals 64. 1.5.
Alright, so then I need to divide this in half. Alright. Half of 5 is 2, 5. 2, 5. Half of 2 is 1. Half is 3. Am I even doing that? Half of 30 is 15. Alright, so yes, okay. So 153.125 inches.
This dial indicator here. Sweep it back and forth on your race until you find the low spot.
So does it have to be the same side though, or can it be the other side? Because to hold this down I need to use this bolt. And to use this bolt I need length here, so we're gonna try the other side, see what happens. I don't know if it'll work or not, or if it'll be accurate. Yeah, so he's working kind of like this. This one be tight, this one be just loose enough for me to move it around, I guess. Lift up, down, and then, wow, this has a tab in the back of it. That's kind of in the way. Alright, can I move this thing around a bit, or let's adjust? Why is this tab right here? That's so annoying. Like, why is there a tab there? There's no reason for there to be a tab there. There's no use case for it. It just gets in the way. What the heck? Oh my word. Because I'd like to have it like all the way back, but let me try my best with what I have right here, and then we'll see what happens. I can't. I gotta change this. Alright, so this needs to not be facing that way, apparently. Random tab. Why is this a tab right there? I know it's so it can attach to other things, but I mean, seriously? it doesn't help with this. So I guess it's gonna have to face the opposite direction. Nice. So up. Over. Right. Measure the 1 inch. If I can. Now I can't because this stuff's in the way. What in the world? Dude. Okay, who did... No. Maybe I should have got the red one. I got this one because it was a good price and it's also billet, not just plain aluminum, but billet aluminum, apparently. And I see now why the red one had these separated. What a horrible design. Now I need to rethink this. So if I got this down here, this needs to be out of the way of this. And that might do, or it might not do, I don't know. Alright, so I can now measure 0. And now it's too tall for 0. Okay. Well, how else am I supposed to do this? So what if I put the 2-inch one on this? Maybe it's too loose. Maybe that's why I was wobbling around earlier. Will that even go high enough? Probably not. Nope. It would have to be the 1-inch extension, which now has to be set to 0 somehow, but this is in the way, and then if this isn't in the way, that's in the way, and this doesn't rotate. Who designed this? This is dumb. Alright, so that will adjust there. Okay, so I just need to make sure this is all the way down. Make sure that's not loose at all. Okay. And reset 0 again. It doesn't wander around as much, so that's probably true 0. Alright. Then I can put this on this thing. And hopefully get a good measurement. Okay. New plan. I'm going to pack this out. Rotate this over this way. Bring that back down. There we go. So that should be more square. Hopefully. It's tight. Then I need to find what should be the center or the bottom. We need to go as far counterclockwise as possible. Here. Messed up. Lock that in. Alright, so I think that's it. I gotta figure out how to read this thing. Alright, so that'd be 3 and whatever that is that I can't see. Is there a way to lock this indicator? Is that what this does? No. I can't see it. This is going great. I can't flip the other way because this random tab on the back of this thing.
Sweep that back and forth, like that there, find a low spot. See, so I was right there, very loud over here. That number, that's 1 inch 527. Center line. Now if you're part line, parting area here, yeah, this is perfectly on center. This would read 1 inch 532, but it's not. This is actually lower than the center line of bearing. So that's the reason why it reads 1 inch 527.
Um, uh, Alright, hold on. Let me think. I'm thinking. Okay. So what this calibrated should have been 1 inch from this threshold, which is the height of the bolt. So it should be 1 inch down. That is 0. Then anything added on top of that is 1 inch plus that. Okay. Oh, okay, that's, sorry, 3.06. 35. Okay. So, which would make this 1.53. 125. So I should be reading 531. So 0.531. And what I have is what I have is, so those up. That's 3 or 8. I'm not really sure. I'm not quite sure how to read a dial indicator. I'm not a master at this or anything. .8575. So it's 0.8. So that dial's 0.8. 575. 0.8. How's that red? 5, so it must be in the 5 area. No, it's not. It's in 20, 30, 35. .835. Ish. Alright. 0.8 can't. I wish I could block this in so I could pull it out and look at it, but. .8386 even? I don't know. If I could like clamp that and somehow it not go down. Like right there. Can I draw this back in at all? No, that's as far in as it goes. That's 20 there. Like 10, 20, not even 20. It's like, okay, so it's 0.81 6, 0.816, maybe 0.817. Two, 3. Oh, wait. That's wrong. Difference is 5 minus 5. 1 minus 7 minus 3 is 8. 7 minus 5 is 2. The difference is 0.3. Oh no, this is not enough in my head. 5, 11, 8, minus 5, 6. About 0.285. I'm reading this right. Ooh, brain. Okay, so it's 2. So it's 0.285 in which direction? Brain. Think. Big brain think. Big brain think time. Okay. So it was set to that 1 inch. Pushed it up. It goes up. It's 1 inch plus this amount. Went up this amount instead of going up that amount. If it went up this amount, it would have been center. If it went up past that amount, which means it is below center by this much, which means any measurement I take from that spot, I need to add this amount to get to the right depth, I think. As long as this amount's correct, which I can't really confirm with this dial. Unfortunately. Does the one have a tab? Yes. And they all have a tab in the back. That is really annoying. I don't see a purpose of this having that tab, other than it's just part of the dial. If it didn't have the tab, I could flip this over and then actually see the measurement. Because right now the measurement's down here and I can't see that. So I might cut off that tab and do this again, just to make sure I have the right numbers. I don't want to mess this up or get bogus numbers, you know? No, it won't. Come on. Okay. So I think that's what I'm going to try. That seems to be hard plastic. My Dremel will probably do just fine. Although my discs are meant for metal, I guess it should still work fine. While I'm over here, I'm going to go ahead and swap camera batteries. Oh yeah, it's at 11% and hot. There we go. All right. Probably should have eye protection. Should. Like butter. need perfection. I just want better. Just want to be able to do that. You know? All right. Random tab. All right. So now gotta do most of that all over again. This time I want it to face this way. It should work now. Yes. Good. Okay. Let's not bring that out a little bit, I think. All right. Probably end up somewhere around there. I'd face a little bit that way. Oh, now it's open. What? You mean that tab was hollow? Well, that's stupid. Oh. Good thing that didn't create a lot of dust. Maybe I should cover that with something after I'm done with this. Oopsie. No, whatever. Alright, so now, oh yeah, that makes, now it works. Now it actually kind of works, so. Make sure that's tight, yep, okay. And set 0. Back here. Oh. It's accurate up to like a half now. Which should be good enough. Okay. Now, we're gonna go across. What? What? Why? Okay. Why does it stop there? Oh, that's the max. Well, why wasn't it doing that before? Why is it doing that now? Okay. Just bring this up a bit, I guess. I think they did not choose the right dial or style attachment for this kit. Whoever made it. There, now it's not going low enough to get that measurement. Not a great review on this kit so far. Oh, it's... Alright. Alright, so that should be as close as I likely get. What? Why? I wasn't doing this before. I'm using the same half-inch. Why am I doing different? Hello? Look, that's all I did. Why is this no longer... What? Unless I had it on that and it was just doing the max there and not doing anything. Okay. I don't understand. I don't know what to do here. Okay, so what if I put this on the end of it? It has a little roller on it, so maybe it's meant for this kind of thing. Alright. And does this get calibrated in here at all, or no? No, it can't. Can't calibrate it in there. So when I measure this is measuring from what then? My brain's hurting. Math ain't mathin'. I could read this all I want, but what does that read? This universal kit may not be as universal as the manufacturers thought. This is completely bogus. Like, I don't know the math of figuring this out. Like, so if I mean, what would I even be measuring this based off of? So I need to measure from the end of this, or sorry, from the bottom of this to that. That is the measurement I'm trying to get. Okay, so from the bottom of this thing to the bottom of this, the longest distance, that's what I'm trying to measure. This doesn't go up far enough to do that. Therefore, this is to measure the last bit of distance. If I had this measured to here, and then let go into the bottom, that would, if it was long enough, would reach it, and that would be the measurement. So my 1-inch adapter here is too long. And obviously a 2-inch and 3-inch would also be too long. I don't think these are even different enough to even entertain the idea of swapping them out. Like, are these meant for just larger things? Because I can't calibrate an inch without the extension. But the extension is too long. So to take out a 1/2 inch, I would have to flip this one around, right? Assuming these are 1/2 inch. I haven't even gotten to disassembling the pinion yet. This is me just trying to figure out what it's set to currently. At least it's not boiling hot, but this is not what I planned on spending the entire stream doing. So now I am this plus this height over that. I could flip this other way around, but that would just be upside down at that point. Now I'm the total of these things, which is what? Is that 1? Keeps resetting. 1 inch, please. .5. I think it's supposed to be 0.50. Yeah. 0.5. If I put that there, will that slide over? Yeah, so that's ½ inch. So each of these are ½ an inch. Okay, so now I'm measuring 1½ inches over. And will that go low enough for me to reach? Not quite. Okay. So now I have the other problem where it's too short. So I put this one on, which should be 2 inches, I think. Not sure. Uh, 3 inches. Well, over 3 inches. Tiny. Three and a half inches? No, a little more than that. I don't know what this is. I'll measure it off this one. That does barely give me any room to adjust. And and it's too long for this one. What do you want from me? Oh, it's the bottom of this, so that'd be 1 inch from the bottom of this. But if I add a whole inch, it's too much. If I take away a whole inch, it's too little. So what gives? It's over an inch. I don't understand what this is. Calibrate. I have that much to calibrate with this. Okay. And that doesn't go all the way down. Isn't it supposed to go all the way down? There it goes. Why is it stuck? Hang on. That screw's getting stuck on that plastic that I cut. Better? Alright. Alright, so that reaches now. Okay, good. Alright, so if I do it that way flush, it's not right. It stops here. Geometry, math. Oh. What's next? Rocket science? Okay. It does actually go around one rotation. Or I have to take one rotation out, I guess, of the equation. I think. Make that 1, 0. So why is this not like definite what 0 is here? Like what's going on here? That's loose, that might be a problem. There's like a little screw pattern on top. What? I'm very confused. Okay, that should be 0. Should now measure this 0 or something. Now, measure towards my serious. And figure out this to go. It's not going down far enough. I should have got the red kit. It might have actually worked better than this one. But now this sticks out. How am I going to measure this with it sticking out like that? Now it's facing it off of the bottom of that, which is now higher. And that's not going to be 0. Unless it doesn't. Unless this has to be like down like that. But then what about this? I mean, this will have slack in it, and that would ruin the measurement. So this has to also be down. Am I overthinking things? Yeah, it's not reaching the bottom. So if I try to go down here now, well, that kind of works. Okay, and that's technically the right way to measure it anyways. I don't have to do the extra math. So why is it working this time but not before? I don't understand. lowest spot. Oh no, I want this to be an actual measurement. My guesswork. And if I go into there instead of that, well, it gives. And that's 21. What? Have this, and get random different measurements. Do that and then turn it down. Okay, anyway. Now it's 19. Then turn this down again. Down. Dude, I don't know. This does not seem to be an exact science, which is really bothering me, because this is supposed to be an exact science. I don't know what to do. The spring in this thing is so strong. No, I'm not even reading 20. I'm reading like 24. They're different depending on the distance from there. Heck. I want to say like 21, but I can't be certain. It seems to be the consistent number at least, so 21. What point 21? The 8.21? Was that what I got before? No. 0.821. So the reading I'm getting right now is 821. However, that's with it calibrated to the 1 instead of the 0, I'm pretty sure. So that, I guess that would actually be 721, right? So and that'd be from the bottom of this, bottom of this. All right. So this should be 1 inch. Use this. $2.35. What? So I measured 0 at 2.35. 2.35. Oh. 2.351. So from the bottom of this to this, 2.35-ish. Give or take, whatever. And then now I'm measuring from 2.35 to here. Oh, the math is not math, and I do not understand what I'm doing anymore. .35. Measure that down. So all the way down to the hole here. This is and 2.355. 2.35. We'll just go 2.352. I don't know. Okay. So where's my pencil or pen or whatever? Okay. So from the dial, what I measured, 2.352-ish. Okay. And that was the dial. Then from the dial read this number, but I zeroed out the dial on this. I zeroed out only the tens place because I can't zero out the. No, I zeroed out the hundredths place because I can't zero out the tenths place. And the tenths place was at 1. So I do this. So this plus this, so I added this to that measurements. I think G3 073 ish. Should be that right. Oh, I need a better explanation. I need way better math explained, like a visual. All right. None of that makes any sense at all.
So you have to, it's on here, you have to pick a number, which is 5 thousandths, and you add that number to your measurement here, do your menu. And I'll bring it back and I'll show you that. Okay, back at that. Now what I gotta do is extension on. This one is line 1. It's an extra. Next longest checking point here. Put this on here. Here we go. Cool. Then we go back to the rear end housing and we'll measure from the fixture that's attached to the rear end housing for pinion. Another thing I want to point out too, put this second fixture on your island here. 0 width. You want to make sure that your little dial is lined up right on 1. Got to be on 1 because you can get for your reference. This next portion. You actually need to do it on for the other two. The next part of this system. So, I'll see you back at the differential. Okay.
Alright, so with as little information as there is out there, even after I filmed the video of me setting up my own ring opinion gear, I found that after I watched the video, it still doesn't make a whole lot of sense to most people. So we're going to start by describing it this way. So what you're going to do is you're going to first have to understand how they set up the measurement for a ring and pinion, or for the pinion anyway. And on the end of your pinion gear, there's going to be a number stamped on. On mine, I think it was 2 inches, 825 thousandths. I do believe that was the number stamped on. But that is the distance between the, excuse my drawing here, it's a little crude. Alright, this is your pinion gear in the housing. Between your pinion gear and the center line, I know I'm drawing this twice, but that'll make sense in a minute. Center line of your bearing. So this, if it's the center, this line continue up, be your center line. So from this point here to the face of this here, you want what would be 2 inches, 8, 7, or 825. Okay, that's the measurement you're looking for. Now, how to measure that, because you don't have anything free floating in there, what you're actually going to measure off of is the place on the caps where the bolts are. We'll get to that in a moment. But let's start off with how you set up the tool. Okay, first off, take your tool, or take your bearing rings, and you're going to measure basically anywhere from it. We'll go from this line to this line. And what I think I got 3.062 thousandths. That was it. That was that measurement. Now, if you took your carrier housing, right, and you cut it right where the bearing caps are, basically the cross section, it would look somewhat similar to this. Horrible, but bear with me. This much is the part that your bearing sits into in the housing, and then over top of that, you typically have a cap. Okay, this is the part that the bolts go through. It's one bolt, another bolt. There's a hole through here, hole through here, tap hole here, tap hole there. Okay, now you notice I deliberately drew it. This little gap in here. The only way that you can physically clamp something or hold it in place when it's round is one of 2 ways. Either number 1, you make it perfectly in line with the cap, or 2, give it a little bit of a gap. There won't be much of a gap. I honestly don't think you're going to see one over maybe half a thousandth, but there will be a gap, and that gap is meant so that the bearing C can cinch down, okay, but not overly deflect the bearing housing. So if you do too much, what the bearing will actually do is it'll go like this, and it doesn't go around. So you want it to compress it, not deform it. That's what I meant to say. So what you have to do is you have to take your tool, okay, draw another circle. What they want you to do in the instructions, after you measured this, take that tool, your dial indicator on it, move it around, you're holding on this bearing, this cap's not on. Actually, let's start over. Take your tool, take your tool, lay it flat here with the dial indicator, so your tool's going to be like this, off, dial indicator in it. First off, you're going to zero it, you're going to zero it to the base of the tool, and then for like 1.5 inches. You might need an extension, you might not. And what you're looking for is what the depth here is. Now, whenever I did mine, I did it a little bit differently. Okay, I put the cap back on, and this is the way I recommend you do it. Put the cap back on, okay, and then measure this distance here with the torque down. Whenever you torque it down, without this bearing in, this gap here is going to close, it's going to go away. You're going to measure from here to here, and you're going to get a number, we'll call this number X, and then you take X divided by 2, and that'll give you this distance here. Or excuse me, this, half this distance. This distance. Alright? That is the way I would do it. Because I feel most of the time that your cap is going to be up or off the bearing. But that's the best way I can do it. Don't think of this as a tool to get an absolute. This tool will get you really get you closer than you will just by reading paint. Okay? Now a professional bearing tool, you will actually zero it out and then you will clamp it with a little hockey puck in here. Okay? And then it doesn't matter. This, it doesn't matter, it's already on the center line. You know what I mean? That's why they're so expensive, because you have to machine each individual hockey puck. This one works out these little flat bars. Alright? So once you have X divided by 2, which I didn't get a different measurement because it's probably small enough, or it's small enough that if there's a difference, it's in the past this 0.062. I got 3062 again. But if you did get a difference, what you would do is you would take the difference off of this center line. So for example, it should always be smaller. If let's say instead of 3.62, I got 3 inches. Alright, and then I divided both numbers in half, so this number here would be 1.531, and you divide this number in half, and you get 1.500. Okay, this 1.500 would be the number, I would have that 31 thousandths to whatever measurement I got to bring me back the actual bearing center line. Right, so I'm not worried about this. This is off a little bit because of the way it clamps down. Follow? But this measurement may not be exactly half. It might be a little smaller. I really doubt it's going to be this extreme. I honestly think 99.9995% of the time, your bearing race dimension and this dimension are going to be pretty much exactly the same. If you get anything, I'd say over 3,000s, 2,000s, I would double check my measurements. That seems to be too much, in my opinion, for a bearing. I do have a bit of machinist background, but just in case. But anyway, in my case, I both got the same number, so I have 1 inch by 31, so I know that my bearing center line, worked right off the edge of this thing. This plane for me, this plane right here. If I could trace that off, this plane was exactly the bearing center line. Okay. This is the bar, this is the tool. Okay, so what you want to do is once you have bearing center line figured out, is take whatever measurement you have, like we had 2 inches, 825 thousandths. You want to go to the next highest, we call extension. So in my case, this is 2 inches, 825. I used a 3 inch extension. Okay, 0.300. Right, then you're going to take
so race halfway for me 1.53 1.25 apparently according online. So then if I were to take this cap I have super greased up for whatever reason. Alright, let's take this. And for now, snug. Alright. Take my caliper and measure that. Make sure it's zeroed out right. Okay. And it reset. That. Come on, really? My word, why? I need a better tool. Just gonna get rough at this point. Stupid. Seven 731 millimeters, inches, please. 304.35. It's not 306. Like about 18 thousandths off. If I bring this back out. Double check. It does add like 1-ish to it. Zero that. Bring it back in. .53. So that's, well, if I do the division, that's about 5 thousandths off from my current measurements. Maybe a little less than that. 4 to 5 thousandths different. Whatever. I don't care anymore. Let's just keep going.
With your extension, how's it going? I'm trying to draw this because you didn't really see it. But I claim my checker thing, depth checker thingy, into a vise because I had to do it with all 4 hands as kind of possible. But on the bottom of it, you had like it was a nut like here, and then another kind of jammed it into the threaded part of the bar. Okay, and then your thing stuck down. Look here. Okay, what you want to do? Whenever you put that checker on, you're gonna put it clean up to the top. You're gonna set this actually down on. I like using the vise. It just gave me one less thing to hold on to. There's 2 needles that you have to worry about. There is the main needle, but you're going to want to get that one relatively close to 0. Doesn't matter perfectly on 0, this turns a little bit, but you want to get it close to 0. There's also one right here. 0, 1. Okay. That's got a 1/2 inch sweep. That's why it comes back to 5. You're going to want to get that on 0. Okay? Focus whenever you're trying to set your thing, your needle here in your depth checker, in my case it's 3 inch, you're going to want to try to set this one to 0. Okay? This one, if you're off just a little bit, it'll be fine, but you want to be able to read this one as 0. Okay?
How?
And now you have, once you get them all zeroed up from the base,
How do I do that? How to set dial indicator to 0.
And I'm going to loosen the screws. I'm going to bring it down till the anvil touches the gauge blocks, and I'm going to bring it down until the dial goes around about twice and is nearly vertical. And then I'm going to tighten the screws, and I'm going to adjust the bezel so that the zero is aligned with the middle. And I'm going to loosen the screw.
I can do that. How do you adjust the other one?
On the other hand, happen 1. Another revolution on the large dial marks 2 on the small dial, and so on. Now let's look at the case. The first thing you'll notice, the lug back. If clamping on the stem, keep the flat plate on. If you need to attach the indicator to a stand, remove the flat first is tight. Access the measurement, the base and a pole. The indicator connects at the stem and like this, or this. My error. We'll talk more square hand. Use it as a visual reference to make sure the indicator stem and plunger are perpendicular to the base. This direction. Set up like this. Nominal base to this point surface. Till the needle is pointing up to 12 o'clock. Always remove the gauge block and then set the indicator back on it to verify you're getting a repeatable reading. Now I'll put 0.1 millimeter. I bring the indicator down on a 10 millimeter gauge block till the needle is pointing up to 12 o'clock. Always remove the gauge block and then set the indicator back on it to verify you're getting a repeatable reading. Now I'll adjust the tolerance marker, 1 to plus 0.05 and the other to minus 0.05. This makes it really easy. Let's check the part. Feeling good. Mostly need to rotate the bezel to re-establish 0. I can just lift the plunger and slide the workpiece under. Now, we see that the small dial shows 9, which is 9 millimeters, and the large is on +3 graduation. So this dimension is 9.03 millimeters, still within the tolerance. Now, if the 0 position on this surface is off, I can rotate the bezel to set 0 point and measure from there. I just need to make sure I reset my 0 with the gauge block before measuring the first dimension on another part. Okay, now let's see how dial test indicator, the dial test as the other two. So there's a secondary dial for second. Holding a dial test indicator can be done enough house position. Dial test action. It's a super.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not speaking out loud right now. I am thinking hard.
what you have, bearing center line figured out. Right off the edge of this. This is this plane for me, this plane right here. Trace that on. This plane was exactly the bearing center line. Okay. This is the bar. Wait. go to the next highest we call extension. So in my case, since it's 2 inches 825, I used a 3-inch extension. Okay, 300. Alright, then you're going to take with your extension housing on. I'm trying to draw this because you didn't really see it. But I clamp my checker thing, that checker thingy, into a vise because I can do it with all 4 hands. It's kind of impossible. But on the bottom of it, had like it was a nut like here, and another nut kind of jammed it into the threaded part of bar. Okay, it's stuck down. Look here. Okay, what you want to do with that checker on, you're gonna put it clean up to the top. You're gonna set this actually down on. I like using the vise to just give you one less thing to hold on to. There's 2 needles that you have to worry about. There is main needle. But you're gonna want to get that one. There's also one here. It's got a 1/2 inch sweep. That's why I come back to 5. You're going to want to get that on 0. Okay? Focus whenever you're trying to set your thing, your needle here, and your depth checker. In my case, it's 3-inch. You're going to want to try to set this one to 0. Okay? This one, if you're off just a little bit, it'll be fine. But you want to be able to read this one is 0. Okay? Now you have, once you get it all zeroed up, base here is going to be exaggerated. Let's just say this.
Alright, the block. Alright. I can't set the small one to 0. I don't know what he's talking about. What I can do is I can note that it's 1 above. So take away 0.1 from whatever measurement I get. And that would be this reading, the dial reading. In which case, the 7 dial reading would be correct.
Base here to here is going to be 3.000. Sorry, I went 3 inches. I can't remember. 3 inches. 3 inches perfectly from the base here to here.
Is there a way for me to verify that? We got 235. This is not. Okay, what is in millimeters? Is this set in millimeters? That almost reads 60 millimeters. Oh, you are kidding me. No, that wouldn't make sense because it's the dial indicator's in inches, right? Yeah. So what I'm actually saying this to is 2 inches and 35. 250 thousandths. Why? Why can't this just be 2 inches? Maybe off by 10. Alright. Why? So this is wrong. This should be 2 inches. But when I set it with this, it's 2.35 inches. Which is entirely different. And there's nothing indicating that that's the case here. There's no like paper that's like, oh, this is calibrated to this, or this. Oh, this is this and stuff. It's just the kit.
Get that. Like I said, get this lined up. You're gonna use this jam. Once you get this one lined up, tighten that jam nut down, and then you can fine tune this one, but it will screw you loose up and test it out. Alright. So, what you're going to do finally, check your pinion depth. It's my pinion gear. This is the carrier, okay, on top of the carrier. I'm going to take that little bar, however you can get it. Take that. You're going to hold it as much as you can, right here. Okay. And you got your valve indicator No. Yeah, I know those are my numbers. Okay. Take this one first. This one second. Right? As you push this down, 5 forces downwards to get it to sit flush here. You want to hold this as flush as possible. Okay? I'm going to get a read. Let's say the needle, the thing goes to here, point at 2, and let's say points to 90. Okay? 2 and pointing at the 90. Okay? So that means that from 3 inches, 3 inches would be somewhere over here, like somewhere down here, 290 thousandths up from 3 inches from here. So you get what I mean? Like if we took this pinion out, 3 inches to the center line, be somewhere to here. Okay, we got 290 thousandths. Actually, if it's pointing at the 2, close to 2, I'd say it's 190 thousandths. That's probably confusing crap. Point somewhere here, closer to 3, it'd be 290. Now what I'm looking at, let's just say it points at the 10, 210.
This. And I have to do this stupid thing again. And measure off 20, because that disc in the center is taller than the actual, I guess just the disc in the center. It's tight. So I get nothing because that's too far. Just barely too far for this. Okay. Okay. No problem. Put this off. Put on a medium one. It'll be plenty long. This. This one is the same. Still 0. Okay. Still 0. That's good, I guess. On that center plate, it is eight minus 1 is 7. So 0.737. The hair above that, but like 737. My pen. So 7, 3, 7. Oops, 7. 7, 3, 7. difference. So this is 3.35. Any measurement 3.35 2 ish. 3.352. So it is an inch difference. There's writing on the top? Am I supposed to thread this in somehow? And would that be the 0.352 difference? Maybe this was machined wrong? I don't know. So this would be 3.352, or it's supposed to be 3.0. And so then I would subtract the number from this. So if I do it this way, that'd be 3, 1, 6, 2, 2.613. If I subtract it from the top one, that would be 3. 6. Wow, it's been a while since I've had to do this kind of math. 9 minus 7 is 2. Maybe 2. Right? Okay. This would be A if it's accurate. And this is M for measured. Okay. Measured. I want to do this. Oh, I did O instead of 2. I'm going to do 2 here. And calculate the measure here. So I'll just add 2 to it. 75. Alright. One thing in depth I'm going for is 2.627, 2 point measured 615, which is a difference of 5 and 7, 12 thousandths. Okay. Now, then the question is that 12 thousandths difference due to this, though, being different? So if I read the measurements from that, it was about 20 or 19, if I remember correctly. There's also the second measurement, which is not on this shiny part here, but on the rougher surface. Slightly longer. And that is 10. So 8. 7, 1. 05-ish really. So measured 7 015, and this is from, this would be C plate, and this is from year. So same these, just with this instead. 3.320. Split that 5 0 5 2 7 3 6. Okay, that's based off measure, and then the other one would be 5 minus 1 is 8, minus 0 is 9, 9 minus 7 is 2, and that'd be 2, and that'd be A. And what am I measuring with the diff here? I think that was diff M. Yeah. No, that'd be diff A. Right? No, diff M. Then diff A is weird. So, okay, so diff M here. Okay. 2.650 measured. Yes, I'm going to have to do the measured one because that other one's not right. So 2.650. That's to the gear. 2.2 doesn't make sense. Okay, it's 2.650. The difference is 23. 23 thousandths. Diff M. So it would make more sense to be from the seat, the plant center plate maybe, or not. I don't know yet because I don't know if it's measuring from the exact center. So to figure out if it's measuring from the exact center, I need to hold on. So I need to remove this. No, not this one. This one. those up. And then obviously this is going to be tall enough of that. I have to swap out this for a small one, which is there we go. Recheck calibration. Calibration is right. Right. Okay. So here, find the lowest spot essentially. Doesn't seem to be the center, which is really weird. Hard to do because of how springy this thing is. It's reading 26. Oh, because I'm holding it down. So I have all this leverage. There seems to be the center, and when I let go, get rid of my leverage. I hope I didn't mess that up. It was like 21 or 22. I might mess this up. Hang on. I was reading degree too high, so it's like 21. So what 21? Is it 8? 721? It has to be 721 then, right? Let's set to 1. This goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's actually 8. And that's 9, not 8. Okay, so that's 8 point. I was reading wrong. And that'd be 0 to there. That's 1 to there. 4 to there. 9 to there. Okay, so that's 9. Which now reads 8. Okay. And that was like, must have come here. And I'm getting totally different reading. I'm getting like 25. Ooh, boy. Getting this reading is not fun. The spring is too springy, and then that leads me to put pressure on it, which then messes up the accuracy of everything. And now I'm reading a whole 5 thousandths difference. Well, now I'm reading like 2.5. So 825? That is a totally different number than I got before. So if I'm doing the calculations here, that is reading 1 inch point 8.2, and this is like a 5 to 0, something like that, or 1, I think, 5 to 1, somewhere around there. On that dial, which it's actually O, reading O, 825, and then I add the measured variance, which would be 2.352, right? No, I subtract the variance. Yeah, I subtract this from that, and that will get me 7 to 5 1.527. Okay. 1.53, which, and the other measurement is 1.53. 1. And the difference of that is 4 thousandths. So then that means 4 thousandths is thousandths which way? Probably in whichever direction would be towards the right direction. So if I subtract the 4 thousandths from here, that would leave 8 thousandths diff and 19 thousandths diff. There's 2 right here. There's 2. So if my math is even remotely correct, and my measurements are even remotely correct, which they may or may not be, and then it's close, but not exact. .375. What even is this? That's that ain't right. That ain't right at all. That sticks up above it just ever so slightly. Okay, so it just adds an inch. Ever so slightly might be the 2 thousandths. Maybe a little more than that, actually. I don't think my tool is correct, which is making an already difficult task even more difficult. Now, if this measurement was 21 instead of, ouch, where I measured it, where did I put the measurements? Out here. I would add back in 4 to this, which would make it 8 difference, which would get it closer. So it'd be 4 thousandths off instead of 8 thousandths. Which is a lot. me try something else here real fast. I'm glad that fits. I take this. Maybe a little too long for this, but this is reading way different. And just as far as I can go before that happens. $34. Assume this is still accurate. 34. Okay. Can't check the accuracy because of the stupid design. Wow. Unbelievable. I thought this having this all in one block would make things easier. Nope, they sure don't. Alright, never mind, it's not accurate anymore, so it's like... Oh, maybe it is. Minus 133. A difference of 33 and... No, that would make it worse. I don't know. Did I spend $100 to make it stupid? Nothing? Like to make no progress? Nope. No actual progress. No actual useful numbers. No nothing. Just auto tool does not fit this application for whatever reason. So what if I want to measure this? Yes. Yes. No. This. I don't want any movement. More or less. Okay, well, now move. Why did it move? You're supposed to be tight. Alright, so now I want to test. Make sure there's no like backlash in here that's causing issues with the measurements. Zero. Still pretty much zero. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, so that wasn't the problem. And this is pretty even, right? All around? Yep. Pretty even. Alright. Could have been out of spec. Maybe? I guess? I would assume it was in spec. I would hope it wasn't spec. But I don't know. I don't know the history on this differential. Oh. I'm pretty drained from this, guys. I'm like, I know I haven't been doing much more than staring at numbers. I was hoping to do a lot more today, but if I don't get these numbers right, when I actually put the new parts in, I don't know how to measure if there's any real difference or if it's correct or not. Because I can't just take shims off. I have to take bearings and bearing races out to adjust shims, which is really stupid, but there's an idea. I'm sure the idea could work. Never mind, maybe not. On this is flat, which is great for measuring the bottom, but hard to get it to, you know, roll here. There might be it. 2, 1. Eight, 2, 4. Well, now it's reading different. What? 3. Two, 4. 2, 4. 2, 3.5. It's hard to turn this. And not mess anything up at the same time. So that's 2, 3. Reliably. In that one spot, 2, 3. So 8, 2, 3. That's the measurement. If I change this to the 5 it was instead of the 6, I would make that a 2. Right. And I'd make that a 6, so like a 2, 6. That's different than 1. Which would, yeah. it's almost exactly center. Which would defeat the whole purpose of this, because then I need to account for so then the measurements I am wandering on needs to be this measurement. So if this was higher, say it was the 3.5 not or 3.7, not the 3.5, then that would add to here, which would make the difference bigger. No, that wouldn't make sense. If it's 3.5 even, so to make up for the difference, I would need to have a needle read lower in that area, or over here. There's not space to do it that way. Now that's reading 40, which would be 40 with what? 9. 40 with 9. That doesn't make sense. Oh, there it goes, and that's lower. What in the hell? Two, 30, 20, 19? 19? Oh, other than that. Because I was measuring off that one. This is near impossible to figure out here. And then just changed it. Alright. Since the rods are the same difference, I can just swap this out to Oregon one. Measure it off that. Take this. Make sure this is all right. Since these are so, at least this part's like the same across all of them, but holy cow, dude. Oh, I got one. Yep. Three. $35. $9. This measurement is not helping. Yeah. It would make it plus. The higher number there would make this whole thing different. Which makes the whole measurement different, which doesn't work. Difference of 9 to give me 3. Give me 3 thou out. I think problem number 1 is this tool I got. It's wrong on so many different levels here. I think these holes were bored too deep. Either that or that screw-in spot's meant for something to actually screw into it, which nothing in here does. So none of that's right. Another problem is this tab I had to cut off. Get that even to line up against all this, because that tab's useless. It doesn't go to provide it for this kit at all. But the funny thing is, even with the bores too deep, these are still all 1 inch off each other. So this one's meant for this hole, but it sits just above that edge. And these are too long as well, but they're too long by the same length as this. So either they're not supposed to be exactly 2 inch, 3 inch, and soon 4 inch. Yeah. But there's nothing in here indicating that it should be anything but 2, 3, and 4 inch. There's no paper, there's nothing. There's just, I don't know. I don't know who designed this, but it did not turn out the way a dial indicator depth set should have. I guess I can't return it because I cut off that tab. You know, this is kind of useless and stupid. But you didn't hear it. Oh, I guess you heard it from me. Where is that? Oh, camera. I'll replace the battery, don't worry. Ugh. I'm over here already. Sometimes it gives me the option to start up the old stream, but it gets not every time. So I gotta do a few more extra steps for me. Unfortunately. I think I'm gonna look for the listing for this set real fast and see if it says anything about it. Because it doesn't seem to match up right. Working on the camera, hang on.
Photo. Video.
Why won't it connect? I don't need the camera to be giving me trouble right now. Hard reset that. Camera is... Oh, there it goes. Okay, finally. That took a minute. Alright, camera should be back any second now. There you go. Alright, so it's fascinating. Uses like a clock spring. No, it uses a regular spring here, I guess. Huh. The rest of that's probably just math. No gears on this. Pull that from that gear set and change these. And probably gear on the, or sorry, yeah, springs. At least a spring on that gear up there. That'll keep it tensioned, I guess. It's pretty simple, I guess. It involves math. Cool. Shouldn't be any more plastic pieces in there blocking it. I'll probably just put a piece of tape over here to keep stuff from getting in it. This set might get a bad review for me. I am very not happy with it. Not with Jags, just this, whoever made this. Like, this set is not right. This was a pin on that tool, measuring tool. Come on. Come on. Come on. What? Oh, there we go. Alright. Oh, it is a Jags tool. Huh. Well. I am not happy with it, Jags. I don't know who your manufacturer is, but they didn't do right. Says it comes with instructions? Are you sure? Came in this box. Huh? Which came in this box. And I looked through this. This even has their Jags branding right there on it. Huh. I wouldn't put your name on this, Jigs. I'm sorry. This. Are they online instructions? If there's instructions and it gives you the actual measurements of things, that'd be cool. Or not cool. That'd be passable. That wouldn't be bad. But this didn't come with instructions. But it says here in the listing, instructions. More product details. Dial indicator includes JAG's dial indicator, 3 indicator extensions, custom molded storage case, and instructions. What's custom molded? The insulation? Proprietary or properly set pinion depth to prevent gear wear, premature wear failure, calibrate pod contained machine from aluminum and flat bottom drilled for pinpoint accuracy. Beg to differ. Designed for comfortable grip and all of them are hard to analyze for a lifetime. Strength, cameras jumping around for some reason, and durability, accuracy measured in 1,000th inch increments, engineered to use with center sections that have a 1/2 inch diameter cap bolts. Yeah, that's right. Can be used on housing with 5/8 inch diameter bolts by holding the fixture in place for measurement. Specialized pinion depths for accurate measurement. Tools are required to use correctly set pinion depth. Use a specialized pinion depth gauge such as this, which I think is part of it. Copy. Paste and go. So yeah, it's the same set with more stuff. And it's discontinued, right? Jake's pinion depth will surprise step 1. Happens if the pinion depth is wrong. Incorrect pinion depth can lead to I know. Blah 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 blah. Alright. Different tool, line. Dial calculator, yes. Dials. The dial was okay except for the tab. Finish hard to anodize, built aluminum, that's fine. Built package depth, package width. So that's the box, I guess. Or category accessory from Universal. Overview. No more. Okay. So there are some videos here. I might look at those. Video, written instructions. Click here. PDF. Ah, okay. Here we go. PDF. Mhm. 2.335, 3.335, and 4.335. What were my measurements? .352. They're saying 335. That is a totally different measurement than 352. But with that calculation, web site is 2, 3, 3, 5, 3, 3, 3, 5, and 4, 3, 3, 5. My measurement tool is that. Alright, so if I'm going to redo the calculations with this, I need to do, let's see here, 2.335, and I had this calculation, which I think was probably the most accurate, 0.825. Subtract that, 0, 1, math, 5 is 1.51, and that could be higher by 5, so plus 5 optional, 5 thousandths that is, because this is a variable of minus 5 optional because of that measurement. Okay. Little fudge factor there, I guess you could say. Okay, so 0.510. So that means this is the measurement of the actual thing. So if I do 1.531 minus 1.510, if this is higher, it'd be 5 higher, so it'd be 5 lower. That's 1, 2, 0. Okay, so 21 thousandths, potentially minus 5 optional fudge factor. Okay. So that is, let's see, 21 thousandths difference. In which direction, I don't know. Do I do all the measurements again with the right math now, or? because I'm supposed to get this number in the end. That is the correct pinion depth, according to the manual. So, 1 would do a negative. Oh boy. Right? Would be negative. Yeah. 4. 1. 1. Oh, that makes sense. 20. I can't think. Negative 9 thousandths. Probably to negative. I can do the math for this, but like 4 thousandths, which is off. Or if I do to the gear, that'd be not negative. That would be 0.002, and then into the negative of 0.0. Three. So the question is, the big question is right now, hold on, actually, if that's wrong, then this math is all wrong too. Ah! Okay, what is right though? The measurement here, assuming these measurements are correct, this is actual measurements. Okay. 737 and 0.7015. Those are actual measurements. I'm going to add the 0 after this to make it less confusing. So with their 737, and 0.7015. I wish I could explain all this as I'm thinking it through, but it is not simple. And I am barely grasping it as it is, so I'm sorry. So these measurements are not right. So these are actually 3, so it'd be 3.335. Or they could be correct, I don't know. So, and then I look at, what is this, the difference? So this minus that. So 5 minus 0 is 5. 13 minus 7 is 6. Oh shoot, I did that wrong. There's a 0 here. Okay. Okay, 0. 15 minus 7 is brain crash. 8. Okay, 8. Okay. 12 minus 3 is 9. 12 minus 7 is 5. Decimal point, that'd be 2. 25980. Okay. 5980. And then this measurement is 5, 4, 4. This one is 3. 3 minus 0 is 3. 13 minus 7 is 6. 2, 6, 3, 5. I did that right? No. 4, 1, 3, yes. Okay. 2.6. 3, 5. 325, which is too big. And then 2.598 is too small. Let me read the instructions one more time to make sure I'm reading to the right surface here. Actually, hold on. The block in this tool goes to the middle surface there. So it has to be the plate. The middle piece here, which is slightly taller than the gear. Right? Gauge block goes right over top of the entire thing. Okay. 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 Hold on. Thinking. Okay. What is the difference between what I measured and what they gave me? 2, 18, 1, 8. I can't do this math in my head right now. 15, 17 thousandths. If I read a discrepancy of 17 thousandths, my tool. Could their measurements be correct though? Because, alright, so if I were to read this with my very questionable gauge here. .359. .355. .359. It is very strange. If I read this one, does that show something hugely different? 356. Oh. 335. 3356, which is close to what they have. No, it's not. 3.3. This is 2. That's 20 difference. Four, 3, 5. That's another 20 difference. Three, 5. Give or take some. Yeah, okay. I'm reading an extra 2/200ths. So then the question is, what about these? Do these... I mean, I guess these don't matter as long as the difference is the same between them all. Now 1.37. What? The actual length of these shouldn't matter as long as they're in it, right? This is like 1 and something. Or doesn't matter. This is a lot of math. Okay. Maybe the set is correct then, and it's... Or maybe it's not correct. I don't know. Saying this thing comes with instructions and then only have instructions online is a little deceiving, Jags. I'm going to say that. A little deceiving. Man. I could do the whole measurements all over again and try to get something accurate, but really the problem is I don't think I can get anything accurate because I don't have a short enough block here for the dial that uses this one. It's right there. Really hard to get an accurate measurement on a curve with a flat end like this. Really hard because it gets stuck on it. I got a little wobble right here, unfortunately. Eight, 9, 0. And then over here, I'm reading lower. There's a little wobble here for some reason. I think I want this, but not that side. 5.82. 3, 2.5. Double check this. Oh, did I not set this? Oops. That's kind of important. Alright, and it's almost 1, but not quite. And let's subtract like 9 from it. Or something. No. $28 and a little bit. 29. 99. More. $28. I'm reading 28 there. And 28. What is that? Hold on. I'm reading this is now 34. What? Hold on, where did I get 28 from? And there's 28. Oh, it depends on the angle of this. Alright, hold on. Not perfectly flat, which is really bothering me. 29. It's either 29 or 28. Okay, right there. We can get to 28. Yeah, so I'm gonna say 2.8, and that was what? 8.28. Yeah, 8.28. Right? Yes, okay. 8.28. I need more cardboard. Sorry, perfectly good box. Okay. So, 8 to 8. I'll do a +1 in parentheses for like that, and that's the measurement of that. So this would be bearing case measurement, okay? in that corner. Okay, bearing case measurement. And that was with the... Did I add that together already, or I forget? Or do I subtract it? That had 0.825 here. This is 0.828 or 0.829, depending on how we look at it. So then subtract that from that, and that should get me. So this would be tool. Okay, so then the tool was 2.335 according to the website. 15 minus 8 is 7. It's 0. 13 minus 8 is 5. That's a 1. Okay. This is measured and then the outer diameter according to website. Let's see, we'll do the half. One half. The diameter according to the website is 1.531. .531. Yeah. And then there's like an extra 2.5 here, but that's extra. But the measured is different. The measured is different on everything. Okay, so then I need to remeasure from that point the measurement from tool, which would in this case be 3.335. And this would be just case difference. Okay, so in case let's grab that measurement. I can figure out the more math here. So it'd be from here to the actual that. screw. Oh, spin that screw real quick. Let's swap this out. I'm glad I look up the instructions because that gives me a different measurement to base everything off of. Means if I get the right number here, then I'm happy. If I get the wrong number here, I am disappointed. Alright, so a little bit of variance there, but that's good. Alright, so it's good. Then this, if I wanted to freehand it, I'll do this. And that is 8, 7, 1 something. 0.71 something. Unfortunately, I can't get super accurate there, so okay. I have to use this, but I'm going to write that first part down, so it should be 0.71 something, which, is that what I measured? Well, that's between what I measured. Huh. Okay. I clamp it down with this. Make sure the J's are right. Yep. Hold that in place. And I think if I do it from the inside, would that be more accurate? I don't know. I feel like I need to actually hold it that way, or as I can, that way more accuracy there, and then keep this one tight and this one just kind of there to keep it from spinning, but not actually pulling down on it. That might mess with it, I think. Where is the wrench? Okay, so that's pushing down on it. Actually, probably a little too hard because I don't want to mess up the measurement based off what I was doing. I hope this fits in there. It does not. Right. Okay. Will it fit this way? I'll be able to spin that? Ah, it looks like I can. Okay, good, good, good. And this out here. I don't like how much leverage it puts on it. With all this extra winged out and stuff. But we'll see. Okay. So actually those. Come on. There. So I'll use my finger last time, I don't wanna. Alright, so that keeps it from moving, hopefully. The knots tight down. Put this guy in here. this pretty much as close as this to this as I can, so I can get rid of an extra bit there. Some more leverage, less leverage. Okay. Bring that down. Alright, then what do I get here? Does it change much? Okay. Okay, good. That is 2. I'm sorry, something 2, 6. That is 7 to 6. Okay. So I subtract these, and I get 9, 1, 6, 2, 6, 9, 1. It's 2, 6, 1, 9, I mean. Okay. And now so it's not this. This is close. This is 8 thousandths off, which is better than 12 or 32 or whatever. Okay. So if the difference here is about 8 thousandths, then I'm set. It doesn't appear to be. 0.507 or sorry, 1.507, 1.5, 31 minus 7. My brain's dying, it feels like. 24. That would mean I would need to add 24 to this, which is a lot more than 8. Which would put me off by 16. $16,000 is too close. So this measurement might not be reflective of the real world. Possibly, maybe. So let me just double check, make sure this is as accurate as it could be. Now it's 27. That is a difference. 26. Just a little bump in that, I wonder. Oh, yeah, we're back to 26. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, just a little bump in it or something. Alright, cool. Okay. I wish I could put this dial right into this, on this thing, and then measure it. But guess I can't, for whatever reason. Okay. What is that? Yeah, so that's a different height, it looks like. Okay, slightly, maybe, I don't know. Alright. Good. Just want to verify everything I can. Okay. Pull this out. Let's put this and put this out like that. Can I clamp it anyway? Any meaningful way with that? $28. It's 28 what I had before. Yes. So if I tighten this down more, will that change it? 30. Oh, because I probably just moved it. Well, now it's like 25 almost. We're past 25, almost 26. 25. 4. Oh. Is that just because I was loosening it? Maybe. Well, I can get this to go wherever I want it to, can I? Well, that sucks. If it was 2 thousandths higher, would that change anything? That'd be a 5. Would make the difference greater by 2. Like 6. Nah. Doesn't really work, does it? Okay, well, I guess what matters is the current pinion depth. Maybe not that it matches what it should be, but that it matches what it is now. So, it's correct. I mean, unless I threw a shim somewhere, which I really hope I didn't. But I mean, unless I'm missing a shim and threw it somewhere. 'Cause I threw one earlier, but I saw it fly, picked it up. Yeah. So this is, hold on, let me do that math again. 28. No. 24. 24. 24. 024. Which is too much by a lot. So, what was I about to do? If I were to, okay, but in which direction? What I measured is less than half. Then that means the bearing, the thing is higher than it should be, I think. Oh, bearing half, center. The measure it is slightly below half, so that means the bearing is slightly higher than it needs to be, or the center is slightly higher than this. So that means that I need to add this to this. Okay. So if it were to sit lower, then that might bring it back down. How much lower does it need to go? Good question. So then the other thing I could test, since this is not going to give me like a good number anyways, is to make sure that bolt, or that nut in the back here, is actually tight. So if I were to, say, tighten it down to 180 foot-pounds or something like that, if I were to pull this tighter, I probably should have pushed on the other part of that, because that's definitely broke now. Whoopsie. That's tighter. Ooey. I know it looks like a mess, and it is. And looks like I can't find tools. Yes, that is also true. I should reorganize. Am I going to reorganize? Uh-oh. I should. I wanted to test this thing. But where's my adapter? The one I had to buy, so I only have one of them. That means great. Is it on a tool? I don't think it's on a tool, so it'd be adapting out. Okay, well, it did go tighter, and this feels, I don't know. Yep. Okay. It did go tighter. I want to see if that changed anything here. So, if I remeasure this, oh, I need the other extension on it. Sanity check here real fast. Oop, nope, that. I almost messed up the calibration on this thing now. The needle is actually an arrow pointing in the opposite direction. If you look hard at it, I don't know if you guys can see it on this wide camera, but it's like a needle pointing that way. There's a little point. So it's actually pointing the opposite direction. It's kind of funny. At least I think it's funny. Alright, so that 0. Okay. Now, set this in here. Guys, I don't want anything. 2.5. 2.5. Not lower. It is lower. By like 3. I'm inaccurate. Okay. Maybe the tightness of that wasn't quite right. So now this is 2.5, which is +3. 5 +3. Got 10. 5 That'd be off by 21. Okay. Instead of 24, so 0.021. Huh. That's 3 closer to what it needs to be, but still not quite there. I need another 13 thou. I don't think I'm gonna get another 13 thou by tightening this anymore. I could try. Let's see. It's dirty again, unfortunately. Tighten this way, which means no, I can't do that either. Okay, well, try this way then. Hold that. $90. All right, that's 210. I don't know if I can get this to click at 210, but I can try. I'll have to do it like officially later, but I guess this is practice for then. Okay, come on, don't do that to me, please. Is it sliding on this pole? It's gonna snap. That's right. Ugh. There we go. All right. Reminder to use crux. And I need to tighten that for real. Okay, did that change anything in here? $24? Is that different? I don't know. Gave me another thou. And I just realized I probably lost the end of this tool on the ground somewhere. Oh. Not 24. Huh. Pick a different spot. And down. I don't know that. 25. Spin this. There we go. And now like 25 still. Alright. Well, as long as I read it like this, fully torqued down, 25 with that bolt, which might actually be over torqued. Or not, I mean. And it'd be the same. So I'm going to go by that. So this out. This is 5. 0.825. Okay. X this out. And the rest of that should be okay. The only thing I can think of to test measure would be this. And the last thing to test measure. I'm almost done with all this testing. Alright, almost done. My measurements may not be within spec, but they are what this was before. And I would assume, I would really hope that this was set up by the factory and not messed with somebody else, by someone else. So yeah, so now I leave this down, tighten this down. What's up with this one? There's something in there? That should go. Weird. Does that need to be flush? Is that usually flush? I don't know. Okay. All right. Okay. Measure that with my questionably accurate tool here. Three, 5. 305.8. Can I push it a little bit? It's more like a 305. something. 3, 4. 3054 we'll say. So 3.054 divided by 2. I did that backwards. 2, 11. Oh, that's not really good. .527, which is different. 1.510. Difference is 17. 17. Still 9 over. Close. Still 9,000th over. Disable. 17,000. Is way different than what I was expecting. Now I do like a diagonal here and see if that 306. Really, it's closer to 3, 5. I'm gonna take 1 out of that. Be like 16. I would take 2 out of that. Would be 15. Close. It's really close. But still reading the gap slightly too far. So, looking at my old notes, if I still have them. Looks like they're over there. I'm not sure how they ended up way under there, but okay. Like your pinion shims, move pattern toward the root. Holds it, pushes it up. No. Pulls it in. Thicker shims will pull it in. And pull towards the root, be the center. That is not. Centeredness, radius, drive. Let's see, backlash. More important than heel toe. I don't know. Okay. It's 10:30. I'm gonna say that's all the measurements I'm doing. I should go inside. I spent 5 hours struggling with measuring stuff, and I'm still not happy with what I measured. Yeah. Any position shims are available in 3 thou, 5 thou, 10 thou. Okay. I guess that's good for setting it for new, but that's so weird because I don't understand how it being used would have. Oh, that increases distance. Yeah, no, I don't understand how it being used would push it further back than it needs to be, unless it was set up wrong to begin with. Or the instructions are not correct and it needs to be this way. I don't know. I don't know. I wish my tools were a little bit more accurate. Three, 4, 5, 5, 7. That's right. Geez. Three, 5.5. I don't have any help either. I don't know. Alright, well, that was fun. I want to try to keep this tool clean. And I'll probably write on a piece of paper and stick it in here the actual dimensions I need to be adding, subtracting. Because apparently, it's different. And standard. Okay. Still not too impressed with this set, to be honest. to find that missing piece somewhere. I think it's on the floor here. Wandered off. I'm gonna put some tape or something on that back end. Regular tape should be fine. Maybe. It's not gonna stick. Takes a little. I mean, I guess that's better than nothing, but. I mean, the guy in the video there, you can get backs that don't have the tab on them. Just swap them out. So I'm a little surprised Jags doesn't have one with the different back on it already. Fair set. I just need the tip of it somewhere, and that's somewhere, I guess. These will probably just need a good wipe down cleaning, but they're not the part that's next, so I'll just clean these with the case. And I mean, these old races are now just pretty much obsolete at this point. That's kind of whatever at this point. I'll just leave these in here for safekeeping. While I'm working on the pinion. And then I can clean it all together, or well, apart and then together probably. So we're gonna clean this surface. Finish cleaning it. Alright. So now I'm gonna take that bolt. Consult measure to put turbo effects. Change. I don't want to finish tightening on this nut. So it might be too tight. Hit me square in the knee. Problem is, I don't weigh 210 pounds, so I mean, that's a good thing, but at the same time, I don't have the leverage. And that was my other knee. How did I take that off before? What if I do it this way? That really hurt. A lot. I'm going the right way, right? Yeah. I want to mar these surfaces is the problem with this. It does have a lip there and there. Yeah, I don't know. The real problem is it just keeps moving and moving and moving and moving. I can't get leveraged where I need it. This to go this way around. I need this to hold still. How can it hold still? I really don't like this. See, if this was stationary, then I could grab this and just pull and have this tab hold it, but I can't. Oh, that's right. I think I put the Batwing back on. Oh. That would give me more leverage. And something to stand on. I'm just gonna be tired tomorrow. Was it Thursday tomorrow? Maybe. Or is it Wednesday tomorrow? I don't remember. Nope. This one? Nope. Yep. Oh, and there's the extension. Oh, okay. Two should hold it fine, but I'd be more comfortable with third. Where'd the bolts go? Alright. So I'll have this, I do want to test that. Less than 10. 10 and 1. Like 5 to 10. More or less. I'd say about like 5 or 6. The stuck points are no. And not very much. 5 or 6. Alright. I need that still. I fear my knee to bruise. Hopefully it does not. Alright, so now I have leverage with the bat wing. I need to go that way. Like that. Okay. Alright. Tightened it on, I should be able to get it off, right? If only. Come on. I need like someone heavy to stand on this for me. That someone is not me. I do to make this easier. Such a weird angle. Can I push instead of pull? Will that make any of this easier? Or no. I mean, I gotta get it off. I don't have much of a choice. I'm at the point where I would try this thing. I don't think it would do it, but it might. However, it is almost 11. So I don't want to cause any noise problems. And do I use heat? Will that help? Not sure if this is even budged. It's a lot of metal. I don't know if it would do anything. Also, I don't know if I have enough. Buffing this. Buff inside a little bit. I don't know if that did anything. Alright. Hot. See if I can get Krabby to help a little bit. Okay. Hot, 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 hot. Don't fall out, please. Don't. Right there. And it's just gonna wander forward. I need a third person to jump on it. Or second person, whatever it is. Another person. Again. Did that turn? I don't know. Oh, doesn't look like it. Why did you do that? Checked my fingers there and was like, oh, I can drop down now. I don't remember it being this hard to do the first time, but then again, it's been a while. That standing on it thing seemed to have helped loosen it. I have to remember that for potential next time. Oh. You were supposed to be easier than the other to take off. I don't know why you were being such a pain. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. Take it off now. Heat might have helped. It's still pretty warm, so. And that's still pretty warm too. There's nothing I can do to catch that. Oops. Or I can just toss that, and that works too, I guess. Hot. Still looks usable. Alright, good. This now. Okay, I was not expecting that. Okay, good. Tinfoil. Alright. That's spacers. Everything in me wants to continue to get anything done, something done. But I know if I continue, I might run into more problems that I'm solving. Also, it's really late. I don't know. I don't know if I should continue right now or if I should just call it a night. I think this is my last relatively cool day. Up there's the thing, so it's hard to give it up. I mean, maybe the nights will still be kind of cool like this, but I mean, 6 hours in the stream and it's like kind of nice. At least with the fan. Be nice to have an air conditioning garage with more room, more space, and more stuff. But I'll work with what I got. That's in there. I could work on this, punching those out, but that might be kind of loud. Could work on this, finding the correct replacement shims for these. See if there's something for this. And I don't know, there might be shims under there? Not sure. Not sure. That's gonna be a tight fit for the tool. I imagine I'll have to destroy the bearing here to take it off. By the looks of it. But the plus side, I should be able to use the press. Right? Right? Right, yeah, there we go. Maybe. Ooh. That like barely clears. Hold on. Barely doesn't clear. Wow. Wow. Okay. In which case, to remove that bearing would probably involve this tool. As long as it can go tall enough. We have these extensions here. I'll check to see if this will work. Should use gloves. Should use gloves. Alright. I guess this is for dirty parts. Slow. There might be noticeable extensions, but I'm not sure. Alright. Open this wood. Come on. Here. And yeah, I'd probably end up destroying this bearing by removing it. Oh, camera. Battery low. Guess that's confirmation. Hey, maybe I should call them that. I don't know. Feels like I got barely anything done other than a whole bunch of math to confirm that things are not as I like them, but I wonder if I measure that, if it's anything different. Well, I'll really bite into that. Make sure this is even remotely possible. Okay, it's a little more precarious, but this should work. And then that. So as long as I tighten the bottom up real good, I can definitely grab onto that and pull it out. Alright, so this would be the tool for that. Obviously I need to remove this bearing first. At least get it out of the way, you know. It shims. And then I can pull that. Am I gonna do that now? I don't know. Should I do things now or should I do things later? Feeling low energy. I do have some coffee in here, but I don't want to drink it because it's kind of late for coffee. Kind of late for coffee. I really want to make sure I don't make any mistakes in the thing. It's kind of hard to do that when I'm tired. There's all the shims. The thing. I should leave this on this side of the cloth here. Not cloth, whatever it is. Alright, well, I guess I'm committing to this debauchery, whatever you want to call it. Mayhem. sure I have a good enough bite on it. I guess I'll dismantle this first, and then let's see if I want to call it a night. Still stands. Alright, so now I bit into that pretty good, deformed it, so definitely not going to use that anymore. Not that I was going to. Alright, this, and there, and tighten that. Yes. There we go. Moving, or is it pretending to move? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm getting the lower part of the bearing or if I'm just getting the upper. It reminds me, I think other people online were saying they had to cut it. Let's see here. Is this the same? Really? Not the same? Wow. Okay. It's kind of going sideways. Maybe there's a way to keep it centered a little bit better. Ouch. Those down there. I missed that in a minute. I'm gonna work that those washers a little bit. In that case, double them up. Help stabilize it a little bit. Maybe. I don't know if this will help at all, but. And then, probably the more important part to try to fix here is this. Where am I grabbing it? So I'm trying to grab onto the inside part. This one needs. Why do I have this down here? Nope. Alright, anyways. Let's do this correctly as best I can. Alright. That should be biting into it pretty good. I might be able to do better. Don't worry, I didn't fall on the gear, fell on the tool. If I get the top portion a little bit more out, I might be able to actually grab the bottom a little better. But for now, that might do. We'll see. I don't know if this will actually help or not. Wait. Or it might make things worse. Because threads don't bite into that. Okay. Do I have slightly shorter extensions? Do these fit on this, or just for the other one? Oh, these fit. They're slightly shorter, but they're skinnier for some reason. Oh, grab at the camera. Alright, give me a second here. Let me try this out and then I'll deal with the battery. Well, they fit. They are slightly smaller, but they fit. They're definitely not for the other grabby thing. Alright. You can imagine me unscrewing this right now. I will fix it in a minute here. Hang on. Oh, now I'm struggling with it. You can now imagine me struggling with it right now. There we go. And it's the same threading, so I don't imagine why it wouldn't be allowed to do this. Other one that might bend more easily, I'm not sure, but. Okay. Bam. Alright, so that's ready to go. Let me get the camera back up. Live RGMP preparing. There is not sufficient disk space. Continue recording. Uh-oh. Wheel. That's great. Camera's back. Give me a second here. I think I'll just record from the camera then and all good. Bugs. Hey, you called? Oh, no. Okay, love you, bye. All right. Let's see. Start recording. All right. So it's all set up with the shorter posts, which are also skinnier, so but the same threading, so should, in theory. There we go. Okay, and then I can spinning without destroying things. That'd be great. Like right there. Top. It's probably better, anyways. All right. Turn this to the side. I think it's working. Everything always in the ouch. My ear. Oh, That did not feel right. Yeah, maybe it is right though, because it seems to be coming off. Alright. Yep. Cool. I can now adjust the grip so I'm actually gripping the bottom of it and not the sides. Definitely bit into it really good there. Give me my tool back. I'm glad I have this puller. I don't know how else I would do this. And it has bitten into it really good. Wow. Well, I mean, if it's bit into it that good, then I guess it's not coming apart easily, so I guess I'll just keep going. I was going to reposition it, but I don't know if it's going to be that way. It's working. Daggum. warm. There's friction down here. Might already be warm. I don't think there's any shims back here, which is good. Very good. I like there being no shims back there. Some little rough spots on here though. I'm not sure how it's gonna come off. Oh, there it goes. And it's destroyed. I can now see the number. Oh, almost now. Let's see. Timken, made in USA. HM88649. Hamilton Michael 88649. Cool. Tool, did I damage it at all? Or yeah, that's a little chipped like. I bit into it a little bit. Ouch, 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 ouch. Got between my fingernail. Ooh, ouch. Okay, I'll probably want to deburr that later. Ow. How did this turn out? Is this okay? That looks fine. And this looks fine. Good. Okay. Yeah, no shims there. Huh. That's a little surprising to me. I thought there'd be shims there, which it's a good thing there isn't, because imagine having to remove that every time. See, where's that diagram? This. There should be a pinion oil slinger, according to the manual. Between the bearing and that thing. Well, it's not on this one. Pinion oil slinger? I mean, did you guys see a pinion oil slinger? I sure didn't. JH Dana D4 40484 4315 B6 B59. Okay. Yeah, no oil slinger on this, and that would push this forward. I would imagine, and that would adjust the pinion depth. For sure. If anything between here and the bearing would move the entire thing forward. Was this one missing an oil slinger all this time, or did someone take this apart in the past and put it together wrong? Or is an oil slinger just for the regular model, and this one doesn't have one? Let's look at the kit. So the kit has the skinny shims here that need cleaned up, I guess. these larger shims that are, I imagine, for where the race goes. I don't see an oil slinger in here. So it's not something you would replace, I guess. Even if slightly damaged. I might put this in the chelation deruster. Get rid of that rust there. And probably scuff them a little bit. Man, that really sucks. I could ask the people that provided me this for new shims, and they might give it to me. But I don't know if they have them just lying around, or if I have to back order them or something. That does concern me a little bit. These look fine. These, I believe, are for in here or towards the other side. So, yeah. How do the bearings look? Cool. Make myself a bigger obstacle course here. Let's see, HM88649. HM88649, that'd be this one. Cool. So, right bearing. This all looks like the right stuff. That's good. Alright. I will. I have to think about this one. I do have a whole nother one right here, but to get to the point where I would see that, I would have to take out the pinion, which I kind of don't want to do. I don't think I have to, because I don't think I took the pinion out already. Maybe I took the flange off, I don't know. They gave me how many of these? 5? How many are in here? Oh, and these are pretty bruised up, so I definitely want to replace them. 4. Looks like 4. Alright, let me. I want to check these. I want to make sure these are open. If I want to know what these are. So if I remember correctly, the beat up one is towards the column, which means the one is towards the top. Be similar measurements as the other ends, I believe. That's probably a 3. Yeah. Wow, this is a 3000. What are those? Maybe this is a 5. This could be a 5. Hang on. Oh, I'm reading it wrong. That'd be 30. Okay, so this one's 30,000. And it kind of squishes off a little bit. They only come in New position shims. No. What the other ones are. What are the other ones? Step adjustment. I'm gonna guess this is supposed to be 30,000. I'm not 100% sure. It might just be deformed enough to not be on certain parts. Yeah. 30 and that's 20. Doesn't make sense. Okay. $25. Okay, a 30, a 20. What's next here? That doesn't make sense. This is definitely 30. There we go. 10, 30, 20, 10. 10, 30, 20, 10. Man, this one's pretty messed up. I have to get the inside of it. $15. There's two. 20, 10. I don't know. 10. I think 10 is just destroyed. 10, 30, 20, 10, 10. 30, 20, 10, 10. 30, 20, 10, 10. 30? Or 5. This could be a 3. Oof, I don't know. 3, 30, 20, 10, 10, 3. Question mark. That would be 73 altogether, give or take. Considering they're destroyed. Just below 73. 73 is there. That's a pretty flat area. Like super tighten it, and we get down to 67. Which would suggest probably 68. We make one of those 10s of 5 instead. Potentially. Yeah. These are just destroyed, and it's not for me trying to remove stuff, it's just that they're destroyed. Wow. Okay, let me add a picture for these, and I can send that to the supplier and see if they can do anything for me. And that one's already pre-bent there, huh? Make sure that rust is out and visible in here. Not invisible, and visible. I mean, back. Okay, I need some like light background to show the rest. There we go. That way, I can send them that picture, and maybe they'll send me new ones, or if they're able to. In the meantime, I'm not even sure this is enough. I'm going to check the size of the V's best I can. See if I can match up here. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 and 5, so we'll see if any of this matches up here. Space here, I guess. Find a non-rusty spot. Yes, and move away. Go tight, that's 15. Check another spot on that. Yeah, that's 15. Don't have a 15 on there. Oh wait, these are... Yeah, okay, never mind. No, we're right. Good. 10. And more than 10. 10. Okay. 10, 15. Feels like a 30. That's 20. Oh. It's... Huh. Like a 19 almost. That's weird. a 10. These numbers are not lining up right. Like a really, really tight 10. Alright, so definitely no 3s. Shouldn't have to tighten it that hard. The tight makes too low. Add 2, make it tight. Add 2, that one is 20. Or I can go all the way down to 15 if I really want to. I'm not impressed by the selection here. This is kind of the downside of this kit, I guess, then. Because I don't think these are right. They are rusty. And there might not be enough to make it right. So, okay, hang on. Take another measurement of all these. That one should be a 10. Unless I have to super tighten it, which is weird. 10. Pencil. 10. Shouldn't be any 12s. You could tighten it all the way down to a 10, but $15 now? No, less than 15. Okay. I'm gonna say 12. Doesn't make sense. At all. $11. I don't think these are well-made shims. That one's like an 11. That one's 15. 15. 15. 15 is reading pretty accurately. So this one, the 15, seems to be a 15. Which is weird, because there shouldn't be a 15. $20. 19. Like 19 or 18. It's probably supposed to be 20. $30. 5, 6, 6. The total of these should be about 66. Whoop. Oh, back. See. 70. 70. It's 70 here. Time to further. 68. 66. I mean, I can keep tightening and tightening and tightening, but I don't think it's supposed to go like that. These little nuts in them. I think this is just a bad set of shims. Poorly manufactured. That doesn't explain why the old ones are random. Let me double check these. This is it's not less than 30. I can tighten it down to 20. Maybe this is a 20. $20, $15. 15. There's 2 again. That'd be 2 5s here. Maybe. Oh my word, there's more. Holy crap. Who shimmed this? Now I have 3. This is probably a 3. I imagine these are all actually 3s, and then that explains why it was kind of 10 but not 10. Those are 3, 3, 3. And this is probably another 3. Yeah. Okay, so someone just kept adding 3s, I guess. So there are 4 3s, which is 12. And none of these are combined, right? These are all individual. And I've explained why this one is 5. And it's definitely thicker than that. Yeah, this one's a 5. Or it could be a... It might have should have been a 10, I don't know. It's really tight fiber in some of it. Stuff. I mean, again, it's not perfect, but it could be. It's supposed to be a 10, I don't know. Just might have messed up the preload. Having this many tiny shims that got destroyed by pressure or whatever. It's now ringing 10. 10. Consistently. Where did it show 5? Where it's squished? Maybe it squished it out. Weird, and that's why it's showing a 5 now. This looks like a 10. 5 or 10. Loosely, this could be a 30, but nothing is loose, you know. It's a 20, or it's a 15 if I really crank it. This has to be a 30. This is a 30. Okay. I don't know why I read 20 there. That's definitely 30. This is either a 15 or 20, but I don't think there's supposed to be any 20s, so it has to be a 15, right? Add shims. You're talking about add shims to the. Let's go away. Preload shims? Does not give you the sizes for the preload shims. Like it's overlooked. Entirely. It's over here. If the shims, oh here it is. If the shims immediately replaced with new ones, shims are available in thickness, or the preload shims that is, 3, 5, 10, and 30. So 3, 5, 10, and 30. That means the big one's definitely 30. 5 or 10. Is this an old one? Hold on. Yes, okay. Oops. Mm. 30. There's no 15. 3, 5, 10, and 30. Right, it's definitely thicker. It's thicker than this one. And this one's supposed to be a 30. doesn't seem to fit a 30 at all. So it gets stuck. It's clearly a 30. And this next step over would be 10. But it's bigger than this one. And this one is most likely a 10. And freeze. What looks like a 10, maybe it's a 5. If I crank this down and make it a 5, now it's a 5. I don't know if that's accurate. Can go past 5, 2 notches, and it's probably 5. Yeah. Okay, so if that's a 5, then this is 90 a 10. And why do I have to not crank so hard on the 30 to get to 30? And I'm dealing with broken shims, or old shims that are well used, so this really seems like a 15. Or maybe it's a 10. It's 2. They keep multiplying. Oh my word. Okay, so this is a 5. And this is well, 10. Oh, no. Might be a 5. Why is it reading 15 so easily? These are kind of thick 5s, but more like a 6 almost. Alright, so these are probably all 5s then. Why were they stuck together so hard? What the heck? The middle one looks a little different size. Is it just squished weird? If these are all 5s, this should be 15 together. Reading above 25. Unbelievable. Are these going to split into more shims? I don't know at this point. Like, this could be a 10. Or 5. This seems like a 10. 10, and then would this one be a 5 then? Okay, also seems like a 10 or 5. Unsure. Seems like 10. These are definitely 3s. Unless one happens to be a 5. I don't know. Now, that begs the question, is this 30 one shim? And tighten it down to almost 25. Past 25 now. Splitting, no. Seems to be one shim. Although I was kind of confident on all the other ones too, so. There. 1, 2, that's just short of 30. I don't know. This one doesn't even go below 5 when I super tighten it. There has to be another 10. Alright. So, 30, 10, 10, 5 or 10, not sure yet. And then the 4, probably 3s. Three. That's 12. Plus 50 is 62. 62 plus 5 is 67. So it's either 67 or 72. According to my rough calculations. Which these might actually work as, I don't know. Where'd the pen go? Losing the pen. Alright, so whoop. Hold back. That seems like a 15, but there's no 15. Huh? Well, it goes up to 10, which I can't really tighten to. That actually goes to 10. But you number tighten. So this one's definitely 10. I have a 10. Something. 10. And that's probably also 10. 10. Those things are both 10. Uh-oh. I don't know when the microphone went out, but I've been mumbling to myself a lot. Battery on it died. How long have we been live? 7 hours? Yeah, that's about as long as it takes. So, probably not too long. Anywho, I'm gonna go to bed. It is late. I have work in the morning. This is frustrating. In case y'all didn't hear it, let's see. I'm gonna take the new shims in. I'm going to look them up and see if I can order some of the correct ones, or maybe even ask people that ordered the kit from if they have any extra, or like another kit or something. I don't know. Maybe call customer support, be like, hey, these are rusted, because they are, and there's not enough of them. Sure, there isn't, unless I reuse the 30, which I might do. I don't know. We'll see. Well, that'd be these people. And yeah, can't really do much more without getting the pinion stuff situated. I don't want to knock these out right now because it's loud to do that, and it's not going to be easy apparently, because I tried a couple knocks, or a few knocks, and does not look like it's going to be easy. So I'll have to figure a solution for that at some point. I don't know if there's like a brass adapter to an air hammer or something, but yeah, these, so the new ones are the same size as the old ones, at least inner and outer diameter, that is. They are a little dinged up there. I could put the ring on that, clean it up and put it on that, and that would be ready to go. That'd be pretty cool. Well, and then after I get this cleaned up, I can check it and make sure there's no play, and then take it out and put the pinion in. But I wanted to get the pinion done first, but yeah, kinda can't right now. Real bummer. A little concerned about the elements because it might get humid again. So you know what, actually, do I have a baggie I can just toss them in? Will this work? At least keep it out of the elements, and hopefully also get a little oily so it's a little more protected. There we go. All right. One problem after another. And I now have this huge mess I gotta figure out. But as long as I don't need to get an oil slinger, I can probably clean that up and put the new bearing on that. And and have the second bearing ready to go for figuring, of course, without the correct measurements. That's kind of sorry, mumbling to myself. I need to go to sleep. I need to go to bed. I am tired, very, very tired. Anywho, thank you all so much for watching, for stopping by, saying hi. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Or watching the VOD, or whatever you're doing. Thank you, thank you. And I hope to see you again in the next one. Real soon.